scuffed? Am I scuffed? Guys, I'm cooked. Guys, I'm cooked. Oh my god. Am I back? Is it still lagging? I feel like I'm still lagging though. I can see my frame drops. Good, good, good. No lag. I'm good. I'm fine. Excellent. Muy bien. Good. Okay, 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 okay. You know W, guys. W, W. Todo bien. Gracias. Gracias. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright. We are good, guys. We are good. Now I could play the game. Wow. Alright, where was I? Oh yes. The wonderful this. Blast arrows. Alright, what was I talking about earlier? Before I died? Oh. What do you mean end stream? You died? No, I didn't die. I'm talking about dying. My stream dying. Haha. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome, welcome. How is everyone? How is everyone? Oh my god, welcome to my first stream of the day of Resident Evil 4. Today we are playing 801 Separate Ways. Woohoo! The DLC! Woohoo! Hi Shen, nice to see you again. Thank you, thank you! Uh-oh. It's a giant baby. The giant baby from earlier. Wait, is it actually boss time? Oh my god! Spider Ada?
Sorry, big guy. Can't let you go that way.
Spidey Ada? Let me go up. High ground? High ground is always good, right? Oh shoot. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. Oh. This is correct, right? Oh. Oh no, he's gonna break it, he's gonna break it! Uh-oh. My bullets. Ow! What is it? Oh my god, look at that! Guys, look at that! Spider Ada? Spider Ada? Oh shoot. Oof. Oh my god. Oh my god! Reload! Ada, please! This building is so small! Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me! No, why is he so hard to kill? Oh my god. Get away from me! Okay. Can I go in a higher building? Like that or something? Oh my god. I was about to say that house is strong. Oh my god. Go Ada! Go Ada! Go there, go there. No, no, don't throw that at me. Oh shit! I am. Go there! Knife, knife. Wow! Wow! Is this a snake reference? A snake reference? Stop it! Stop it! Stop on it!
Now stay down.
God damn, mommy. Mommy? Mommy?
Sweet dreams.
What a goat! Thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you! Oh, Luis.
Hey, got a smoke?
I do. The kind you like. Now where's the amber?
Fortunately, it's not on me at the moment. And you really should be telling me what a good job I did. Busted my ass and managed to hide it right before I got
Oh.
caught. Which is why I'm still alive.
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection.
No
Yes?
amber, no protection.
Such a stickler for details, Hyde. Okay then. I'll go get it now. How about that?
Oh. Don't you just love it when a woman plays hard to get? Like, you know, when she rejects you, it's like,
You have something else in it.
you want her more, you know? ocean, no protection. Wow, wow. Chapter end. Chapter end. How many chapters is there? I wonder. Wait, are we together now?
You probably didn't plan on coming back here, eh? Well, plans
Do you
change,
think you would
no?
finish this today?
Are you angry?
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
There is this one thing I must do before I can recover the ember.
We'll see. I kind of want to though.
This is not a negotiation, Louis, so choose your next words carefully.
Holy shit.
Whoa. Listen, there is someone who needs my help. You know me, always the good Samaritan.
Let me guess. Leon?
Yes, exactly. Leon and that young woman, they are both infected. They need this medicine. It slows the infection, and I know it works. I used it on myself.
Wait, you only
So,
slows
why
it?
does this matter to me?
Wait, I thought it like.
Because you two are infected.
Oh, never mind.
It's
Never mind. I'm thinking too
poison
much.
for all these years, and I see the symptoms already showing in your eyes.
Oh.
You must
She is
already
infected.
feel the effects, eh? The medicine will stop them for a time. Just trust me. You have a lot to gain and nothing to lose.
Ada is infected, guys.
Okay, but this is your last chance. We do this first, and then the amber.
And then he dies.
Let me know.
Oh no.
Hola,
Then how was she infected? I think it was like.
Well, I wanted to go home, but Ashley just
Honestly, I don't remember. I thought she had like a cut on her arm. For like the very beginning.
Express the progress of your problem.
But I don't remember. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah.
Come to the courtyard inside of the castle. Come meet up there. Ciao.
There you go. Lewis was with Ada when they spoke.
Shall we?
Oh, what a gentleman.
Ladies first.
Thanks.
How chivalrous.
Okay, open this.
There's a hidden laboratory downstairs.
Laboratory.
Should be there.
Along with the suppressant.
Okay. Okay, Lewis.
What would I do without you, Ada?
Be parasite food.
No, I'm like so surprised that like her
Guess we'll find out.
her dress isn't like rising up, you know?
No. Mierda. Ada, they're here.
Oh my god.
Of course they are.
Let's do this.
Run!
What did I do?
Oh, sorry. Oh shit! Hold on. Can I just drop down? No? I'm trapped! Wait. Okay, number 6. Get out of here! No, stop! This is my last resort weapon, please.
Thanks.
Wait, he doesn't give me ammo? Can you give me ammo? No? Wow. Wow, he only gives Leon ammo? He won't give me ammo? Wow. 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 Oh my god. She thinks it's gentleman, but she didn't think Lewis wants Ada to check if the place is safe.
No, no, no! We can't let the medicine be destroyed.
Mierda.
Let it go.
She's using the shotgun again. I'm using the shotgun. I forgot I had it. I bought it. I just never used it. I've been using the TMP. Go after Luis. Luis. Oh my god. Is it... Oh! Is it me or is it getting hot in here, guys?
Luis, back here.
Haha. Haha.
Kill the smoke.
Because Ada is strong and independent. Exactly, right? Ada's a strong, independent woman. Oh my god. No need for ammo? But I love ammo. Hmm. Yeah, shove him.
If you're trying to kill yourself, can you do it after you've delivered the amber?
It's all gone.
Oh.
Why is this so important to you?
There are things I must set right. But that is impossible. It's all over. And I can't help them anymore.
Look at that ass.
Pull yourself together, Luis. Make more. You know how, just do it.
Yes, it is possible. The ingredients are out here, in the castle. Yes,
He's
I need time. I can still get you your amber.
okay. What is that laugh? Nothing. Nothing, guys. Nothing.
You can go back up this way.
Go back up the stairs. Okay. Back up the stairs.
This way.
Give me ammo. Or money. Yeah, ammo or money. I'll take either. Damn, he's running so fast.
What are you working for anyway?
Trust me.
Well, you can work for the devil for all I care. As long as you get me out of here.
Alright. Oh, treasure?
Oh yeah, I'll unlock the... Huh? Where's the key? Shit. I must have dropped it.
You freaking loser! Can never rely on you. He is running away from you. He really is. Oh, a gold bar. Nice. Now how do I get back up? The key reference. The key reference? Can I just shoot it? Oh. Okay.
Okay. Might just work.
I get it now.
These ingredients. Just maybe I can make a new batch of medicine.
Okay.
Time's not our friend. You go. Find them.
My common sense surprises you. I know, right? Okay, we need red ink, gold bottle, blue butterfly. Okay. The minerals in the ink, the yeast in the bottle, the substance in the scales of the butterfly wings. Each of these has the special properties required to make the suppressant. If I extract the ingredients and mix them with the chemicals I have on hand, that should do it.
This is where we park. Good luck.
We're separating?
Likewise.
You're breaking up with me? Okay.
Alright,
Okay.
first, binary.
The binary. Ah. What's the guy right here? Okay. I'm not missing anything here, right? No? Oh no, she's turning out like Ada. But I get it for not trying it, lol. Because some other games doesn't have common sense. I know, right?
A raccoon. Guess this is fate.
A raccoon. A raccoon? Sly Cooper? For some reason, I hate this part of the DLC. This part?
Just for you. My
Stone.
customer doesn't know about these.
Why? Because of the puzzle? There's a puzzle?
Welcome. Came into some other bits and bobs.
Can I build something here? No, I can't even build it. Okay.
Welcome.
I could sell this, and this, and this.
Ruby's all right.
Should I sell the egg?
The price? Well,
Huh.
that's our choice to make.
I feel like I shouldn't sell the egg. I'ma just keep it. In case I need to heal, you know? Back up, heal. Raccoon City! Oh! Raccoon City! Okay, okay. Okay, I get it now. Okay, now I'm dizzy, sleepy, but not sleepy. It's a strange feeling. Oh my god, you're tired! You're just tired. Heal.
A deal well struck.
Oh my god! What is that? Is that what I think it is?
Or your
And it's only 14? Oh my god. If you're starting to hear Shen's laughter out of nowhere, you gotta hide. It's the gun! Yeah, it's the gun! The moment her first love is the gun! Okay guys, hold on.
better to be over-prepared.
Hold on. If I store this blacktail with the TMP stock, TMP shotgun, I'm gonna sell that. Okay. I could totally buy it, right?
Welcome. I still have some new items you might be interested in.
Sculpt TMP blast
Valuable
arrows.
Won't do you much good in the grave. Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh, my inventory is still full.
Hand this over when you've got
No,
the
it
space.
fits.
You'll get some bang for
Okay.
your buck. I guarantee.
Yes.
All yours, stranger.
Oh my god. Why would you sell the blast arrows? Cause I'm not gonna lose it. I'm not gonna lose it for sure. It's
Why not try your hand
not recently the blacktail. Yeah. You know, just in case. Should I sell it in? This is so sad. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is it sad? Why is it sad? Flash grenades. Oh, cute beer. -1 gunpowder news my crafting. Wait, this is good.
For your life. Easy choice.
Wait, +8 to running speed? What? Yo, and it's 100,000? You gotta be kidding me. This is the same feeling when she saw flashbang on Leon's story. I'm sorry. Fun fact about Striker, I hardly even know her. Is that the fact? I'm sorry. What? What is this? Is this Striker? Like, never mind. It's probably a reference to glitch.
We're starting to
glitch.
get an idea of yours. I'll keep a lookout for items.
I see. You know what? You know what? I am gonna sell this. We are gonna sell this.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale.
Where is it?
I'll
Red
buy
Knight,
almost
Blacktail.
anything.
Did I skip it? Where is it?
A deal well struck.
And then
Anything else? Don't get yourself killed
okay,
now.
extreme speed.
Welcome.
There was a glitch called Dit Man glitch. And happy they didn't patch that. Wait, does it just make you like run really fast? Is that what it is?
This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Not in
Oh fuck.
stranger.
Yeah. It's fine. Okay. What's this? Elegant Bengal.
What's that? How have we procured these?
Speedrunner knows it a lot. Ah, I see. I see. Okay, I need 2
You again?
gemstones.
Welcome.
Come on. I might
Got
as well
a
just buy
selection
these, right?
of good things. A wise choice. I know. I say that. Welcome. A deal well struck. Try that on for size.
Sure.
Dazzled, are you?
Yeah, I'm very
Our
dazzled.
craftsmanship demands.
Hair.
Wield it. What can
Small
I do
key.
you for?
What is this?
My
A free
back is
ticket?
Killing me. Don't get yourself killed now.
Haha. Yeah, didn't remember Red Knight on Ada? Oh! To skip some boss fight. Oh! Wait, you could skip boss fights? What? Oh my god. Glad they gave Ada more option in the remake. Oh. I see. I see. You can't even upgrade guns in the OG with Ada? Really? What? That's crazy! They just had to like miss the base gun on her the entire time? There you go. Look at Shen, so happy her first love is back. Okay, I love my Red 9, okay? Okay. Another one. Oh, it's only 2? Okay. No, this is easy. Okay, now how do I... This one goes up here. And then... This one has to be here, right? Pretty sure. Easy! Don't cheat! Toshi, don't. looking for a few minutes. I had to wash my wound. Before I feel more dizzy, they gave me sleeping pills, so I think they were taking effect. I'll be back. Alright, Javier! Take care of yourself! Thank you for the lurk! Thank you. Yep, be careful. Oh, what is this? Can I look at that? I prepared a way to acquire the ink. Get shooting. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait, what was it again? 1, 2, 3. Okay. This one, right? No? Was it not this one? This one? Okay. Easy. This puzzle's on ammo eaters. It really is. Wait, no! Am I gonna move? I didn't get the yellow box! Leon? The outfit is like... it's kind of funny.
You can stop right there, Leon.
Look at this vampire.
Would it make me use this? Would you?
Well, after 6 years, that is one hell of a greeting, Ada.
You don't seem surprised. Interesting.
Oh! Mr. and Mrs. Smith here?
Try using knives next time. Better for close encounters.
Hey, yo.
Not a bad move. Very smooth.
So who are you working for this time?
Very smooth
Leon.
indeed.
You know in town.
Ada, you flirt.
Leave the girl.
I'm gonna mod Ada's voice with a hollow one.
You walk away now.
Oh my god, Toshi.
And then I might get you the greeting you were looking for.
You think I'm gonna give up that easy?
Okay, hear me out. Okay, I'm hearing you out.
How about
I'm
we
hearing
continue
you
this
out.
discussion another time?
I'm listening. OG RE4 Ada's VA was hot. You know, you're right. I don't think I heard it though, but like, I'm assuming OG Ada voice actor is like a lot more like sultry, right? Like sexier. Like she talks in a like sexier way. Ooh, flash grenades. Well, if I stream separate ways, I would try to use it. Ooh. Can't wait to see. Oh my god. Itoshi simping on stream? Real time? Oh my god, in real life? Oh my god. Ada is like seductive type. She really is. Oh, I need a lantern. Handgun ammo. Is that gonna open this?
The gate and gong have the same symbol. Seems
Okay.
simple enough.
Is it snake? Snake? What's this? Fish? Oh, here. Oh, I can pull it. Oh, I need another. Oh, here. Oh, I could have just pulled that. I'm dumb. Okay, 3 birds. There you go.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Uh-oh. Can I run back? Uh-oh.
Who comes up with these things?
Uh-oh. Go, Ada, go! Oh, shoot. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? No, 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 don't do good. Under pressure. Where's the other one? Right here. Open! Oh, my God. Hurry up! Birds of a feather, we should be. Oh wait, it's going by so slow. Wait, I'm tripping for no reason. Oh wait, it's not even. Oh. I was freaking out for no reason. Oh my God, Shen, you're panicking for no reason. I sent you a link on Discord. Check it later. Will do. Will do. That's the overthinker. You know, I panic too much.
Second ingredient.
It's fine. I just wasted a bunch of bullets. It's fine. It was it. Vintage compass. Okay. Anything else that I can rob? What is this? Silver bottle. Oh my God.
A trap.
Fuck. Fuck. Woo! Oh my God.
Looks like something goes here.
Anything else? Anything else? I need a key. I don't have a key. What's this? I need a bottle here. Oh my God. Is it? I think I know where it is. I think I know. I think I know. No, no, no. Can I kill them? I could kill them, right? Woo! Oh my God! Okay. Woo! Oh my God. Why do I have my... Get away from me. Move, please. Wait, I'm losing all my bullets. Wow, I just killed two birds with one stone. Wow, wow, I'm just that good. Wow, Ada, you're amazing. Oh my God. Easy! Easy! Okay, now I can put this here. Okay.
I think I know what's coming.
Okay. It was over here. Oh, I can't even go over there. You think you know what's coming? What if I don't? I don't know what's gonna happen. Oh, another bottle. Okay. Gold bottle. Okay. Gold bottle. Oh my god. Okay, Ada. Oh my god, another guy? What a rat! Get out of here! Oh my god! Woo! Get out of my way, you fucking... Oh my god. Never ending cycle. I'm out of pistol bullets. Oh wait, am I supposed to go here? Jeez! Oh my god! You rely on red eye. Hey! Hey, like a girl cook, okay? Like a girl cook! I'm out of bullets though. So. Woo! Go on. You take it solo to reload, Ida, please. Okay, easy. There you go. Easy. Alright. Okay, this person here is annoying me. Come here. So annoying! Oh god, I hate you guys so much. You guys are like just as bad as those grenade dynamite throwers. Okay, how do I? Okay, I have the red, not the red, the gold. Do I have to put it here? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do. Here. Shen, I'm out of bullets. Reality, Shen has a lot of bullets for shotgun, TMP, rifle, and maybe some grenade and flashbang. You're right. You're right. I love my pistol though. You know, my pistol has never let me down. Does the merchant sell you an armor or no? No, not yet. I think not yet. I haven't seen it yet, so. Oh, you son of a B-word. Okay. So this. Handgun ammo. Some machine gun ammo. It switched to my red 9.
One ingredient.
There we go. She's loyal. Shen is worth it. She deserves to be advertised. Thank you. Oh my god. So this.
Your valuables won't do you much good. A deal well struck.
Alright. Tune up. Repair my broken knife. Let's do that.
Crossing your T's, dotting your I's.
Dirty!
That's the way to be.
TMP. What else can I sell?
We'll have no
Gold bottle.
Get yourself killed now.
Nothing. What's this? Blue medallions. 5 blue medallions. I'm trying to learn how to stream remote play works because I won't be able to use my PC for some time. Oh, Steam remote play. Oh, I see. I mean, I don't know either. Oh, I hope you figured it out. Yes, sir.
If you want a fighting chance out there,
I don't want to do power though. Should I sell the golden chicken egg?
I'll buy almost anything.
If I sell it, I'll be like 30. I'm gonna do it.
A deal well struck. Dazzled,
Worth it.
Are you?
So worth it.
Our craftsmanship.
Very worth it.
No less.
A desperate man will find his way again. For Red Knight, Shen would do it. Damn right. Okay.
Got a selection.
You know.
Good things on sale, stranger.
Okay.
Molding a weapon to suit your hope to see you again.
Nice, nice. Save game. Okay. There we go. Red Knight over the golden egg. Exactly. Exactly. You know, the ones that get it, you know?
Okay, Luis. That's 2.
Last one should be in a room accessible from the castle wall. You bring them all to the top of the wall, and I'll have your amber.
Okay.
Oh, and here's some more info I recovered about that old rock. Sending it now.
The Amber Research Report number 1. Our experiment is still ongoing, but I can already see that this test subject has great potential. To summarize our findings so far, 1. Even in a state of suspended animation, it holds influence over other parasites. 2. It seems to possess the same organ as the dominant species and likely has the same level of control. 3. We still have no method to awaken it. Furthermore, after a deadly accident, we have decided to take extra precautions and seal the Amber in a protective case. That is also why I plan to move the Amber Research Lab to the new comms facility. I guess this is where I say ideal to Don Quixote. It was Luis who discovered these things, but Sally does not trust him. I just hope he keeps his mouth shut. Annabelle Garcia Escudero, head researcher. Okay. More handgun ammo, please. Thank you. I have 4 flash grenades. Oh, 3 flash grenades. You know, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to fight dogs, you know? Welcome in, Hoi Machi Pichu. Oh my god. Welcome in, welcome. How are you? How is your day? Is she winning? I am indeed kind of winning. Welcome back, Javier. Welcome. Got it right, Machu Picchu. Love Machu Picchu. Hi, how was your day? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. I am Shinobi the goat. Because I am extremely goated. Okay, I don't wanna wait. I wanna search around first. Oh wait, I think I'm supposed to go to the courtyard. Huh. Thank you, I'm doing good. That's good, that's good. Wonderful. Red barrel. Okay, I think that's it. Wait, you are a goat? But your horns are... Thank you for the horns, Javier. Thank you, thank you. You just saved my day. But you're my recommended? Really? Oh my god, guys, I'm getting famous. welcome in. Right now we're playing RE4, the Ada Wong's DLC. Yeah. Separate ways. Shen's getting the recognition she deserves. No, I do not. No, I do not. No. You guys are being too nice to me. You know, throw me to the dirt. You know, kick me on the ground, push me down. You know. Where is that guy? I saw. He was on top, right? Somewhere. Shen, I am trying to be nicer. Don't be nice to me. Be mean. Okay. Oh wait, there's a. Oh, can I aim? Jesus Christ! Also, thank you for the follow. Machi. Oh my god. Hold on. Ada's going crazy. Thank you for the follow. Machu Picchu. Welcome. Okay.
There you are.
Oh, I can just. Oh, he's right there. Can I shoot him through this bush? That's possible, right? Is it impossible? Wow, he's a runner. He's a... Eat a kick! Oh my god. Wait, he's dead? There you go. Get away from me! Wait, there's two guys? Or did he just run all the way up here? Super fast. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Oh, they're dead. Never mind. Hold on. Glorias a las plagas. Plague. Okay. Are you dead? Oh shit! Woo! Woo! Get away from me! Oh, Ada, I love it when you do that. Oh my goodness. You're welcome. This game hosts close to me? Really? You played this game? This is my first run actually. I've been doing a Resident Evil like binge, and I've been really enjoying it. I started with 1, which was absolutely horrid. 2 was great. 3, loved it. Now I'm playing 4. 4 is great. There we go. Gotta love Ada. Right? Ada's amazing. Hey, this guy fell down. Oh. Please, leave me alone. Please. There we go. Resident Evil 1 was awfully cool. Yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it, but the fixed camera was such. Oh my god! Am I dead? The fixed camera was such a pain ass. You know, it took me like over 20 hours just to beat it. Wait, can I go up there? Oh, blue medallion, blue medallion. Where's the guy? He's over there. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, I threw it over. He's dead, right? Easy. Give me ammo, please. What do you have to make it sound like we're old? Are you guys not old? Not gonna lie, I'm pretty old too, guys. You know? No? Okay. Oh shoot! Fuck, get out of the way. Come here, come here. Is you dead? Okay, nice, Ada. Woo! Fuck! Open your mouth, please! What? Oh my god. You're making me switch weapons! Okay, blue moonstone. Craft. Oh my god. Jeez. Jesus Christ. Guys, Jesus. Classic all day. Recently OG RE3. No save pistol only. What? That's crazy. What? Damn, I can't even attempt those. That's crazy. Congrats. Oh my god. You're amazing. You're a pro gamer. You're a crack pro gamer. Actually. Where's the last one? On the stairs? If you got PC, look up Biorand. It's the PC version out now. Oh, GOG? GOG? You know what? Should I play it? I'm kind of scared to play the OG games though. Aren't like the OG games like harder though? Like harder to play compared to the newer ones? Okay, I'm stuck. I don't know where to go. Here?
That should do it.
No ammo. Flash grenade. It's free? Oh. They just die? Well, it doesn't have it doesn't have checkpoints? Oh yeah, you have to like... Okay guys, very important question. All of the like OG games, do I have to use the freaking ink for typewriters? Like in RE1? Yeah. Yes? Oh. Damn. See, now that makes me not want to play it. I hated that. I hated that. I struggled so much with that in like the first RE1. In RE1, oh my god. I don't know. Trust me, it's not bad. Alright. Alright, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Wait, I'm missing another treasure here. Where is it? Is it in that room? If I can beat it One-handed? Anyone could? Alright. I'm gonna trust you. OG RE1 is like, oh god. Yo, the new RE1 was already like, oh god for me. It traumatized me. God, I thought I would never beat that game, honestly. And when I beat the game, I was like so happy. Yeah, the remastered. The remastered one was already hard enough for me, guys. I was struggling so bad. Okay, anything here? Nothing? Uh-oh.
That sound. That's right.
Oh, is the RE2?
I still have
The
some
Akuma
unfinished
mod
business
came
to take care of.
to life after so many years? The Akuma mod? What is the Akuma mod? Is it like monsters? Demon? Demon mod? I think the only one that changed a lot was 3. 2 is even more accurate. Oh.
Sorry, nothing yet.
Oh,
But my
cool,
little
cool.
helper is creating
She needs-
quite.
Well, she needs to get used to the tank control first.
Everything will work out just fine.
Alright.
As long as you keep your
Alright.
load under control.
Akuma from Street
It's a
Fighter.
bit
Oh!
Fine.
Oh!
But
Wait, that's pretty cool.
cry to me if you get bit.
Oh, another. Oh! Oh my god. It's Ashley.
Leon, changed your mind yet?
Yeah?
Assuming you haven't, I've got a tip for you. Seems like something big is about to go down in the throne room. Babysitting's tough, huh?
Wait, it's the same line she said to him. Okay, anything here? I can steal anything here? Do I just go down? Oh wait, that guy didn't see me. He didn't see me, right? No? Is that treasure downstairs? Oh. Oh. It's okay. I got 10 ammo, it's fine. Is it here? No, it's under. Pretty sure there's a guy here, right? No? Wait, I wanna go down. Yeah, that mode was remember way back in like 2000? Sheesh! Oh shoot. I wasn't even born! That's crazy! So many years ago, right? That was like 24 years ago. Oh, I hear treasure. Baby, let me treasure you. Yeah, I'm an old man. Oh my god, no wonder. You know, makes a lot of sense, you know? Whenever, okay, ever since I started playing like Resident Evil on stream, I tend to notice the fan base consists of like very much older people. Yeah. much older people. So I joined your Discord. Oh, welcome man. Welcome to the Discord. We have lots of fun in there. A lot of jokes. Yeah, I grew up as the OG. Oh, yeah, I'm really young, guys. I'm a good old 21. or 22 in like in a couple months. A golden hourglass. More money? More money to upgrade my red knight? Alright. Anything else here? Wait, how do I get back up? Oh, right here, ladder. Oh wait, I can just do this. I watched my brother play OG before, then test it myself. Ooh. Fun, fun. I've only seen my brother play the remakes. Yeah. I remember seeing my brother play like Outlast for the first time. And he modded so much. I played Outlast. It wasn't that bad. It's kind of funny. Okay, this is the only way. There you go. I remember 22 very well. Yeah, 22. Everybody tells me like 22 to like, well, 20s is your prime time. That's what everyone says. I don't feel that much different. I still feel like I'm like 16, guys. Not gonna lie. Okay, here. Anything else? Anything else? Nothing, nothing. Alright, collection room we go. Hold on, can I make stuff? Craft. Okay. TMP, TMP. I'm pretty set, right? Pretty set. No? Oh, there you go.
This must be the collection room.
Okay.
Blue butterfly.
Blue butterfly. It's when I got my Evo 9. Evo 9? What is... what is Evo 9? Preparator? Preparator? Note, the collection master is attacking a busy... Oh, it's attacking a lousy boss! He leaves out the dissections for me to do! Even if he does bother me to come here, all he does is guap at his 3 favorite specimens in particular order before leaving. There's nothing special about them anyways. Why only look at those 3 specimens when we have that prized butterfly to admire? A good researcher would know such thing. 3.
Interesting.
3 specimens. 3 specimens. Which 3? This one? Okay. What is that? That's like a deer, like a pronghorn, right? It's a girl's note. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a car. Oh, it's a car. Lots of races won with that car. What? You're a car guy? That's honestly perfect. Cause guess what? Mr. Itoshi VT here is he's a car guy. He's a big car guy. April 9 years since my awakening. Wait, didn't I read this already? I have received a written petition from Mendes. He wants me to forgive the servant who foolishly ran away. He does not understand. It is not a matter of forgiveness or unforgiveness. Only my noble pursuit matters, for which countless sacrifices are required, and honor for all who dwell in the land of our master. Besides, it will be impossible to move it from his body now. She implants her prey with a part of herself, manipulating their consciousness and trapping them in a waking nightmare. They are bent to her will, no matter how far they try to flee. The only way to truly escape the torment is to kill her. So the entity within her prey dies too. It is, after all, made up of specialized cells, which cannot survive on their own. Yet, none are strong enough to put my hound Pesanta down?
Good
Pesanta.
to know.
Pesanta. Okay, so we got like a pronghorn, a beetle, a beetle, pronghorn, beetle, and what is that? Like a monitor? Pronghorn, beetle, monitor, lizard, beetle. Oh wait, what order is it? Wait, I don't even know what order it is. Okay, you know we're just gonna guess this. No, I'm gonna assume is. There we go. Okay. Easy, guys. Easy. I used to race my 20s. You used to race in your 20s? Wait, that's so cool. Did you have like those like racing leather jackets? I really want one. That's so cool. I only race when I want to get Shen. Race to finish RE4 remake. Yeah, that's what we did. And you know, Itoshi won because, you know, he saw that I was winning and he decided to start his stream before my stream just so he could finish his stream earlier. I'm going to play some Valorant games. Gonna like. Thank you for the like. Thank you. Have fun in your games, Itoshi. Then that was good. I'm falling asleep. I've never taken sleeping pills before and I feel a little heavy. Yep, that's usually how it is. Heavier. But I will be here, but suddenly I will disappear. That's okay. Yup. Have a good night, Javier. Rest well if you do fall asleep.
Exactly what you want.
I will be watching. I'm gonna like.
Oh, that's not good. The parasite is reacting to the amber.
So that's the amber. That looks like something Wesker would want.
Uh-oh. Whiskers. Uh-oh. Oh my god, he's making it right now for Ada? Louis. How long is this gonna take? But, okay, but the injection doesn't kill it though, right? It just like delay it.
This will knock out the parasite. But only for a time.
Yeah.
You ready?
Is she also on drugs? She is now, Javier. She is now.
Just remember, it's not a cure. We still need to find a way to get that thing out of you.
Okay, mine don't make me look like that. Should be happy it doesn't. Uh-oh.
I don't understand. It should be working by now.
Take the amber and go. Once the parasite is sedated, you can give me back that damn stone.
I can't leave you here. Not like this.
Spare me. I'll be fine. We got another promise to keep.
All right.
Ada, you're so hot right now. She's so cool, guys. She's so cool. Drugs are bad, weed is good. Yep, damn right. Alright. What chapter is this? Chapter 5? Okay. That's the wrong gun, Ada. You have a red 9. Not a black tail. You have a red 9. Uh-oh. Is this a boss battle? Oh my god. No, no, no. I'm talking about medicine, not that kind of drugs. Will you mod this game? I don't know. Maybe. I mean... I'll think about it. I have a costume on... What's his name? On Leon, though. It's kind of funny. The romantic costume. But, I don't know. I'll think about it. I do want to do mods, though. Mods are always fun. I'm gonna mod this game to make Ada hotter. Yeah, that's Itoshi's goal. Give OG Ada voice to remake Ada. Okay, we're back here. Okay. Cat suit Ada? Cat suit Ada? Wait, Ada is in a cat suit? Like Catwoman? Stop. Really? Actually?
Locked.
Yes, I have the mod for it? What?
Louise's footprints.
Oh my god.
Must have gone this way.
Leon looks like the guy from Liza P. Yeah. But with like white hair. Wait, how do I get that? Is it on top of me? In there? Oh, it is on the very top. Okay. How do I get to the very top? Oh, right here. I thought it was close. Okay. Oh, right here. Pearl Bingo. Oh, meow. I got mods for RE2 and 3 and 4 remake. Holy damn. Holy damn. Oh my god. How's it? Is it fun? Are you enjoying it? Are they like... Okay guys. I know there's a mod to make Leon like shirtless. It's but are there like sussy mods? You know, just for research purposes? Are there like sussy mods? You know? For... Hell yes! Nice, nice, thank you. A lot? Oh, thank you. Thank you for telling me. Now this would be great for my research purposes. Thanks. Come here. Do not turn around. Do not turn around. You fall down too. Please, why won't you die? Okay. I love sussy mods, guys. Elegant crown. Nice, nice. Nexus mods is amazing. Nexus mods. Love Nexus. The fog shed? You're alive? Oh my god, Fenrir! Welcome in, Fenrir. How are you? How's your day? Yes, yes, I am alive. Got mods for other games too. Ooh.
What is this?
Lewis's note. Ada, I hope it's you reading this. I'm going to the mine tunnels to try and regroup with Leon. I overheard Ramon on the castle intercom saying that Leon's heading that way. and right into trouble. You can get there through the waterway. It's dangerous, but I'll leave some signs to point you in the right direction. Okay, follow the sign, follow the sign. Follow the sign. Follow the sign, okay. There you go. This way. Okay. Anything here? There's a treasure here. On the stairs? On the stairs? Am I tripping? I don't see it. On the stairs. What? No, wait, is it the body? What? Hey, I think next stream I'll have enough for the cover. Same? So funny, guys. You guys are so funny. That's a hilarious joke. Oh, okay. It's like here. I'll be doing a thing though. I'm buying squirrel with a gun. You're buying squirrel with a gun. You're buying squirrel with a gun? What do you mean by that? What? Like an actual squirrel?
A nest. Hope it's not a sign of things to come.
Okay, a nest. Am I gonna fight those mosquitoes? I hate those. Okay. It's weird. It's weird that I haven't seen like a single dog or anything. I'll send you the link. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, I got you tabbed up. Gonna get back to practicing OG RE3. No damage, no save. A pleasure to meet you. So nice to meet you too. Good luck. I'm practicing OG RE3 with no damage and no save. You are crazy. That's crazy determination. But good luck. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the like. Alright. Go. 90 kids are built different. No, right? You guys are crazy. Sheesh. The strong will. Alright. See what Chaos sent me. My DMs. Carpe diems. It's legit a game called Squirrel with a Gun, and it's legit a squirrel with a gun. That's what? Where did you find that? What? That's crazy. It looks fun though. Like actually.
I'm not swimming in that.
Don't worry, we are 20s kids, Chin. I know, right? You know, the 2000 kids here. Come on. Okay. How do I get to that guy? I knew it. Oh my god. Where are they? I know you guys are camouflaged somewhere. I heard about it a long time ago on TikTok. Oh. On TikTok. So the Lord of the Waterway has a Lord. A Lord? Lord of the Waterway.
I see you took care of a request. Well
Yes, I
done.
did.
Good stuff, stranger. Got some rare things on.
Can I build something? One. I could do this. Blue. No, blue. This, velvet, butterfly lamp.
Valuables won't do you
And I have a
much good
crown.
in the grave.
And then I'm gonna sell the blast arrows. Alright, let's go. I think that's it.
Stranger.
Looks like you're almost done. That looks familiar. I know, right? Does it? I might actually finish this in like 5 hours. Okay. High power scope.
That cash in your pocket.
A stingray.
all your life. Easy choice, mate.
Should I get a stingray then? Semi-automatic rifle. Okay. Penetration power. Stingray is good. Yeah, I saw that you were using Stingray, Itoshi. Okay, but Stingray in replacement of TMP. Huh. Oh, wait. TMP? Or like this one. Rifle? Bolt action?
Time is money, mate.
Okay. I could sell the SRM for the Stingray, right? It takes so much space! You know what? Let me buy this.
All yours, stranger.
Punisher? I don't even know her. Hold
All
on.
yours, stranger.
More space? You know what? I think I'm good. I think with what I have,
Molding
it's
a
pretty good,
weapon
right?
To suit your specific needs.
45?
It's a thing of beauty.
You gotta be kidding me. 45? Okay. Let's see what I could sell.
I'll buy
I
almost.
need another square. Okay. Another square gem. Another square gem. I have a high power scope. I could sell this one then.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Emerald. I'll take that.
You can't. That
Okay. I'm gonna get so much money for this, right guys? Right? I should, right? Wow, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome, stranger.
Sell.
I still have some new items.
Wow, look at that. 100. Okay, I'm so rich. You know what I'm doing?
There you are.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, I have never felt this happy before. Oh my god. Spending it all on Red Knight. Damn right I am. Okay, reload speed. Let's do reload speed. I don't really care about rate of fire. Might as well do it. Woo-wee! Oh my god, this feels so good, guys.
Ruby's all rubbish.
Wow, oh my god. That's oh my god, look at this. 801 special.
My back is killing me.
It rips shield away from certain enemy using a grapple gun. Hold on. Oh my god. No way. Wait, that's so helpful. Wait. 20
All my
plus
wares
20%
are
melee
in
critical hit rate?
I assure
Okay. -1 gunpowder, submachine gun, shotgun ammo, rifle ammo, handgun ammo. Okay.
you. Well then, what can a pleasant travel?
Where's my... Oh. Salazar Family Chronology Waterway. I'm a Red 9 addict, okay? For many years, the existence of the waterway beneath the castle was forgotten. According to our records, it was built by 3rd Gen Count Gregorio, the architect. The reason for its construction is unclear, but it may have been done to contain the deadly insects that plagued his predecessor, Count Hipólito. Water is, after all, a symbol of purity for the Salazar family. Gregorio. Waterway was rediscovered during the excavation of an underground tunnel under the orders of the 8th Gen Count Ramon. The elaborate, beautiful architecture is just one example of Gregorio's iconic work. He redirected the river to flow underground, creating both a waterworks and sewage system. It can even be used as a water storage facility during times of drought. The construction can only be described as a magnificent feat of architecture for the time, but its beauty is wasted on our ruling simpleton. The only interest he showed in the place was using it as a tool to drown those who dare oppose him. Insolence! Gregorio must be turning in his grave. Oh. Okay. Center. Look at that. Oh, should I save? Alright. Wow, I feel super tanked right now, guys. Super tanked. I'm alive? You spent all the money on the pistol? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Oh, what the fuck did I do? Parts, TNP. Red nice dog. Where's my scope? Right here. Yes, I did. Best decision ever. Best decision ever. Alright. Good. I'm thinking I'm set. I'm so set. Cause she's a Red Knight addict. It's the best gun. My Red Knight never lets me down. Okay, now to find the Lord. Look at that! Instant kill! Look at that! Instant kill! Oh my god. I think I close my eyes again if I come back to light. I hope everything goes well. Me too. Hopefully I don't die. Can I use my grapple gun? Oh, that's so good! Okay. Amazing. Where are you? Get wrecked! Can I go to the other side? Oh, I need a key. Wait, for all the keys, do I have to buy them? It's a biosensor scope, guys. No way. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. A very, very bad feeling.
That should take care of the water.
I have a very bad feeling. Okay. Uh-oh.
Not again.
Not again. Please die. Okay. Easy. Just kick it. Okay. Well, you're gonna go back to this guy. Viper? Give me that, give me the Viper, please. Okay. Hold on.
Gun rhymes with fun for a
I killed a few guys here. Let me just grab the loot. Really quick. Oh, really quick. Okay. There you go. Nice, nice.
Welcome.
You know what? I can sell this.
A deal well struck.
Yeah, and then now.
As you wish. Hope to see
Nice,
you very
nice.
soon, stranger.
Nice. Okay. Save my game again, just in case. Okay, we're gonna make some more. Some machine gun ammo. In case. Okay. Wait, there's a treasure here? It's fine. It's fine. I saw you! Okay. Come on. Turn around. Oh my god. Please. Okay. Nice. Oh, they're here. Oh shit! I didn't see you. Yellow diamond. Anything else here? No, no. All right. Shoe. I got it. Oh. Are you gonna come back? Okay. All good. You speed running this. Speed running? Oh god, my dog. It's over here. Oh, bass! Lord of the Waterway. Oh! Oh, okay.
Caught myself a big one. How long had it been living down here?
We have to sell this guy, huh? How do I... Your items are so organized, I loved it. Well, guess what, Itoshi? I just do auto... auto organize.
Gotta select good things on sale.
that's all I do.
I knew you were a go.
Oh! I got money?
Molding a weapon to suit your specific
Which one should I do?
needs.
Reload speed!
Beauty.
Ammo!
Desperate, are you? I'll crush you.
Whoa, I'm maxed out on these two. Whoa!
Well then, what can I do you for?
Okay, now it's time to save for 20... 25.
Pleasant travel.
Got it. Oh my god, I'm so rich. I'm so rich. I'm stacked. I mean, I barely got ammo, but it's okay. I already checked that. Over here. No, just money. Okay, this is where I got the Lord. Dead. Okay, nice, nice. I see blood. Red? Oh. Almost there. Okay.
Thanks for the directions, Louise.
Luis? Wait, how did Luis get here though? I feel it. Boss battle? Question mark? Okay. One handgun ammo. Some machine gun ammo. Oh. Oh my god. Loot! I love loot. Love loot. It's sussy here. I feel the sussy. Oh my god, it's giving me health items. I see it, it's giving me health items. Oh. Can that get killed him for me? Oh my god. Yeah, kill both of them. Fuck! Okay. No, shit! Fuck. I'm gonna die. Quiet, quiet. Girl got Wolverine? I know, right? I got Wolverine. It's okay, it's okay. Kill him! No! No, not me! Yeah, those guys, those guys. Behind you! Please don't come here. Please don't come here. Please don't come here. Over here! Over here! Where is that dude underneath him? Fuck! I should have got hit by that. Woo! Oh! Oh my god! No, no! You don't see that? You don't hear that guy right there, literally running? Is he dead? Oh, he is dead. Dude, I hate fighting this guy. Gives me like anxiety. Turn around. No, turn around. No. No, miss. Oh. Okay. The troll stood. Hush, you hush. Turn around. Turn around. Stop spinning! Oh! Fuck. Where is he? Is he dead? Wow! Easy! Easy! Easy. Hold on, so somebody's knocking on my door. PRP! Okay, I'm back. I grab this monster and I drink it. Alright. Exactly. What's this? More gunpowder? What can I make? Oh, more handgun ammo. Okay. Okay. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Why that tone? It's so familiar. That tone. The I don't know. I got it from somewhere. Like there was a VTuber that I used to watch a whole lot. And she would say that a whole lot. Yeah. So I kind of copied her and then it stuck in my head. And now I do it every time I drink water. Yeah, it came from like a meme or something. Yeah. Somewhere.
You again?
Oh. Defeat the... No, this is the boss battle? Defeat the black robe. That guy? Hello, Kenny. Aren't you still streaming? Why are you here?
Well, got a selection of good things.
No, ended? You just ended? No raid? How is your stream, Kenny? What did you play? Did you play Valorant? Did you play Elden Ring?
I'll buy almost
I'm
anything.
gonna sell this.
A deal well struck.
How much do I need to tune up? 10
Try that on for size.
and then 11. 20. Okay. TMP 15. Okay.
What you see is what I've got.
What you see is
Anything
what I
else
got.
I can help you
I usually never do if I only have one viewer. Ah, you did Valo? How was Valo?
Good as new.
Did you win any games?
Don't get yourself killed now.
Okay, hopefully I don't lose. I have 10. You know what? Let's.
Welcome.
I'm gonna.
Not enough.
Oh fuck! I don't have money. Okay. Wait, can I make anything? Hold on. No.
Suit yourself, stranger. Welcome.
It's fine. I win. I win.
Hard.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, nice, nice. Who did you play, Kenny? Did you keep playing Reina or Sage? Okay, now this is gonna be boss battle right here. Okay, I only have yellow or green. That's fine. Play Gecko and Reina mainly? Gecko! You play Gecko? Oh my god, Kenny! That's crazy. Why don't you unlock KJ? I wanna see you play KJ. I feel like you'll like KJ. KJ is kind of fun. I'm good? Alright, alright. No pressure, no pressure. I did get Cypher though. Ooh! Cypher is really fun.
That's it. Come on now.
Black Robe. Is his name just Black Robe? Like he doesn't have an actual name. This guy. Oh my god, Ada. I love it when Ada like flips and spins. It's amazing. Then how's she running heels this whole time without them breaking? Right? She's a girl boss, Kenny. Ada's a girl boss. Hey, yo! He's stripping. He's he's stripping in front of me. I feel like I got flashed. Hey, yo. Oh, shit. I'm gonna die. Oh my god. My turn. Oh, what the heck? He does that? Oh, press E, you know shit. Probably not fast enough. It's fine. Oh shit! Woo! I'm stuck! Oh my god! Yeah, she got steel heels. Oh my god. Did I do it? Wow. That was so easy. Hey, that was so easy. Oh. Wait. Never mind. They cut that boss from Leon? What? Leon was supposed to fight this guy? Okay, okay.
Exactly what
I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do. Okay. Woo! Fuck. Shit. Come on, Ada. Water has so much green herbs. Okay, red 9 only, red 9 only. Come out. Okay. Easy. Fuck, my aim is so shit! Oh my god. Let's do yellow. Oh shoot. Okay. No, not these guys, please. Oh fuck. Oh my god. You want Velo? You want Velo?
Getting away.
Nice! Congrats, Satoshi, congrats! Run it back, one more game! Oh shoot.
Had enough?
Okay, let's see. Oh, I have to reload. Fuck! Okay. I'm gonna die. Oh no. Oh my god! Where's those little bugs? Get on my way! Okay. Wow. Pasanta? His name is Pasanta? Noise. Easy. 0 death? Come on. Maybe I should have played this in hardcore mode. Oh no, Ada. Ew! Oh my god! Oh, she spat out the parasite. Damn, Ada is always stepping on people, huh?
Find Luis.
Stepping on things? That's. Oh my god. Hey, how do I get out? No? Here? Wait, how do I get out? There's a random tunnel here.
A bad guy.
Step on me, Ada.
The Amber. Leon's fighting him now.
I'm on my way.
Coming.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to make it. I'll send you my files. They should help.
Wait, this is where he dies. Oh my god!
Thank you for the chance to do good again.
What are you saying?
I'm grateful. Like I said, I'm just your good old Samaritan. How about you help Leon when I'm gone, eh? Speaking of... sounds like he needs me. Leon!
Oh my god! R.I.P. Luis. R.I.P. He was a good guy. He was Pog. Before? What do you mean before he was... What do you mean he was Pog before? He's not Pog now? Or after? He's... He was only Pog before? Oh, I need one of this. Submachine gun? Okay. 07 for Luis. 07 indeed. He was so random on OG? Oh! What do you mean random? Like he was like... He wasn't meant to be in the story? Like... Yeah, I heard like the remake of like Resident Evil is more like canon than the OGs. Krauser.
Luis, goodbye's gonna have to wait.
He's doing his little coward strats. Krauser. Little coward strats. The shoot and run. Like, Luis's background was specified. Oh.
Leon, there's only time to say this once, so listen up. They took your friend to the top of the clock tower. If you hurry, you might get there before she turns into one of them.
I see.
So you aren't heartless after all. I guess I should be thankful.
Yeah, you should. Now, back to Krauser.
Go after Krauser. After Krauser? Okay. Oh. Ammo? Can I just get pistol ammo instead of like money? Please. Why is he jumping like that? Yo, that's kind of funny. Oh my god. Oh shoot, I messed up my shots. That's funny, right? So funny. No! Hey, no, I wasn't trying to do that. Jump back down. Like he's like skipping. What's up here? Is this where it came from? It's like Super Mario. Yeah, exactly, right? Like it's so like animated looking, like cartoony. Okay. Yippee! Oh. crush him? Is that possible? Okay. Wait, I don't want to miss anything. Am I missing anything? No? Thing? Okay. I'm gonna run for it. I'm gonna run for it. Run! Woo! Whoa, we got eaten. That's so hot. Okay.
You're sure to find something you like.
Something I like. Alright. Three novistadors. The giant insects. There are 3 hiding somewhere around here. Okay. 3 insects. Can I build anything? Let's see. Nope. I can sell this though. Okay.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
Yes. What you buying?
A deal well struck.
Okay, I get off shit. I'm going to draw. Alright, thank you, Kenny. Have a good night. Sleep well. Rest well.
Could be the
Get lots of sleep.
Try that on
Ah,
for
thank you for the like. Thank you for the. Thank you for coming by. Thank you. Infrared sensor helps a lot for that request. Oh, I see. I probably won't get any sleep. Yeah, good luck, though. You know, keep up the hard work, Kenny. So proud. Where's the reload speed?
There you are, as you wished.
Repair.
That's good work. If I thank you. Do check out my wares again.
Sure. I thought you said get lost. Hello, hero. Welcome. But you said get lots of sleep. Yeah, get lots of sleep. She did. She wants me gone. Welcome, man, hero. How are you? How was your day? Doesn't see me. Oh fuck. Yeah, but he saw me. Move! Uh-oh. Oh shit! Nice! You dead? Okay. There you go! How about you? Are you enjoying Ada's version? Honestly, I love it. I love her grapple. Her grapple is so good. I love it so much. You see how I pulled that shield right off him? Oh my god, it's so helpful. I love it. It's amazing. Okay, it's the bolt. Flash grenade. What am I missing? Right here? What? It's not here. Oh, right here. Blast arrows. Yeah, you stole his shield. It's fun. Yeah, it's so fun. She's like flying everywhere. She's kind of like Spider-Man.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Oh.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes
this?
no difference. The price, well, that's our choice.
Where is the... Oh, did I not pick it up? I did. Blast arrows.
Welcome.
Thank you for the follow, Finicky Fox MV. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. Oh my god, thank you for the follow, Brother Grim Anubis. Welcome, welcome. How is everyone? Welcome to the stream. Right now I am playing RE4. Yes, yes. How's it going? It's going great. Going great. I am loving the DLC so far. Ada Wong is extremely attractive. How are you? She was so happy because she got the red 9 again. Yeah. I got the red 9 again, and you know what I did? I sold the crown. I got $100,000, 1,000 pesos, and then I upgraded to my red 9 only. Best decision ever, you know? Oh, don't mind my aim. I'm not a good shooter. Oh my god! Please get away from me! Ignore me, guys. I'm nervous. There's new people here. I'm nervous. Okay, you know, first impression. I gotta be entertaining. Okay, this is all for content. Okay. Yo. I'm good, been looking for a bit. Really enjoyed the energy you're bringing. Thank you. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Doing really, really great. I love this game. Yup. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you. You'll be in the closet lurking. Oh, right one. Okay, alright. I got lots of heals, so hopefully I don't die. Hopefully. Wait, there's a flash grenade. I forgot to grab a flash grenade. Oh, it's fine. Go down. Hello, Shinobi. Welcome, man. Kibutsuji 777. Hello. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god. Sorry, I got distracted. Welcome. Oh my god. I know, right? Where are you guys all coming from? You guys just all decided to follow me in like a span of like 10 minutes. It's just all planned out. Welcome in. How are you? How is your day? My sister is getting famous? No. I'm not famous, guys. I'm just a dumb anime girl playing games. Did I go here? I came here before, right? Treasure. Okay. Wait, there's a treasure here? Hold on, wait, let me go back. Let me go back. Well, I have a question for you. Alright. What is the question? Is it easy to answer? It's not a math question, right? But okay. Is it here? Oh, it was down. Where is the... Oh, they're here. And then here. English or Spanish? Oh, both. Because yo hablo español y yo hablo inglés. También. pero mi español es no bueno though. It's not good. I thought I was safe. Was I not safe? Oh no. Oh my god. The question is, what is the square root of 2pi plus fuck? X plus 7 minus 45? The answer to that is your mom. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, you speak Spanish? A little bit. I studied Spanish for like 3 years. But, you know, my Spanish is not good. Oh shit. My Spanish is really bad though. Like, I speak on like a preschool level. Oh my god! Yep. It's like enough to communicate kind of Spanish. Yeah. Okay. Oh here. Yeah, welcome in, Star! Welcome, welcome! How are you, Star? How's your day? Okay. Oh. Okay. Depraved idol. Don't crush me, please. And then now I could go back. There you go. See, mommy? Hey, yo, are you calling me mommy now? Mommy? Come here, I'll shoot you from here. Watch. Alright, I'm okay, darling. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing great. My day has been... honestly, it started. I slept the entire day today. Because I was up all night playing video games. So, there's that. Yup. Yes, sir. Wait, I forgot another treasure. Where do I forget? Oh, right here. Okay, there you go. See, mommy means yes, mommy. Yeah, it means yes, mother. Yes, mom. What's your favorite anime you like? My number one anime? I don't know, but my number one anime is Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Favorite anime. Yo, if I had to rank, I don't know. I don't know about ranking, but number one is definitely Fullmetal. What's another good anime I really like? I really love To Your Eternity. That's a great anime. Amazing. If you guys never seen it, you guys should definitely watch it. It's so good. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh my god. This guy! Stop shooting me, please. Oh, you dead. Okay. Nice. Shen ain't no mommy, she's a good girl. Oh my god, Star! Yeah, guys, the real mommy here is Star. Star is a... Oh my god. Star is huge, mommy. Star is mother. Can you play Sally Face before Resident Evil? I have not played Sally Face. But I do want to play it though. Like, I have the first, what is it? Oh, I have it on my wish list. Yeah. I just never play it. Oh, I haven't bought it. Uh-oh. I do plan to, though. Nice, nice. Don't you just love my Red Knight? Oh my god, guys. It's so good. It's so good. It's amazing. There you go. Anything else? Am I missing anything? No? Okay. I'm ready. Up there. Nothing here. Oh. Let's go, Ada. Let's go.
Ashley! Such a fool.
Oh yeah, I changed Ashley's costume too. She has like the teenager punk style.
Good boy. Just keep
Oh my
him
god, she
busy.
noticed me, step sis. Yeah. Go after Krauser? Okay. Are we gonna fight Krauser? Kinda scared. Okay. Gotta make sure everything is.
Report.
Krauser has possession of the amber.
You continue to disappoint me.
Okay.
I'll have it back before long.
See that you do. The mission must proceed.
How do you get the chat to appear in game?
Understood. Gotta keep the client happy.
Thank you for the redeem. Starting in the guild. What do you mean in game? In game? I don't know why I keep killing the rats. Okay, save. So this one. Okay, there's a treasure there. Oh. Uh-oh.
Not again.
Oh, look at that. The grapple kick? Oh my god. Okay. Got this. Brass pocket watch. Come here. Come here. Come here, ma'am. Come here. Nice. Here you go. Okay, she squared up against that rat frame. What? For absolutely no reason. Goddamn. Hey, you know, I hate rats. Does you know rats make me crazy? Cause I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. And I hate rats. Cause rats makes me crazy. Haha. 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 Guys. Ha. Are you guys laughing? I will gag you shit. Oh, I hear Chainsaw Man. Oh, wait, was that a car?
Damn it.
I was a boat. I thought it was a chainsaw. No more rubber room. It was a good setup, okay?
Leon.
Ah, damn it.
Looking for this?
Looking for something?
Ooh. Ada's such a lurker? I know, right? Oh my god. The kind I like. Alright. Next. You know what? I'll tie you up so you can't go anywhere. Hey yo, Star? Hey yo? I give you consent. Yes, mama.
got something to say.
I have something to ask you. But I don't think I'll get a straight answer.
Oh.
Raccoon City. You know, after the incident. The world
I can
changed.
carry you over my shoulders. You know
Let's say
what?
one
You might
person
actually
on the
be.
other side.
Star,
I
you're
changed
you're like an entire foot taller than me.
Leon S. Kennedy. You haven't changed. You just think you have.
So here's my question. Have you changed, Ada?
No.
Or are you just trying to use me again?
Oh my god, it's the serious talk.
What do you think? We're here. Don't think too hard, handsome.
Oh my god,
See
she
you later.
called me handsome. She put a tracker on him? What a sly fox. Oh my god. She did say that last time. I know. I love it. You know? Don't you just love hearing stuff being said twice? Oh my god, it's brimstone. Oh, stingray?
Not yet. Whose blood are you here for this time? Mine or Sadler's?
Wait, who is that?
That all depends on you.
Oh my
Change of
god!
plans.
It's Whiskers! Whiskers,
Of
guys.
course.
But, you know, in here we like to call him Whiskers. Isn't he like a little cute little cat?
Interesting.
Angie cat.
I'll do it. But cost you extra.
Ooh.
Wise decision. I'll send you the new coordinates. And remember, I do not like...
Waiting, I know.
Okay. Whiskers. What? He's so sussy.
I've got a ways to go.
Chapter 6. Is this the last chapter? How many chapters left? Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around. Okay, noise? Noise? I think I'm supposed to go over there. But we're gonna loot the area first. I just missed my jet knives. Oh my god. I could never play jets. Never ever. You know why? Because I use mouse wheel button as my jump, so if I do play jet, I have to sacrifice my, you know, my mouse. With 4 kills? With a jet ult? Oh my god, Toshi? You try hard? Sheesh. Okay, can I make handgun ammo? Go. No, it was outlaw? Oh, then I ulted. Oh. Oh my god. You're always losing a snipe? Okay, anything else? Hopefully I'm not missing anything here. Wait, there's a treasure. Oh, in this building. Okay. Treasure in this building. Building. Oh, it's this room. The room is the amber. Uh-oh. Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Okay. Rock sugar? I love rock sugar. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big sweet person, guys. I'm the kind of person that likes spicy food, savory food. Yeah, spicy savory food. Okay, this room done. Moving on. Also, these rocks has like parasites in them, so I don't think they're good to consume, guys. Yellow herb. I don't have a red herb. Let's go, powder. Hey, they're giving me so much loot. This is a sign. I know. Alright. Something sussy is about to happen. Oh. Oh. Stop going! Are you dead? Anything else here? No? Game streamer isn't happy about getting free resources. Take everything away. I'm happy. I love free stuff, but you know, I just kind of wish the free stuff was the stuff I wanted. You know, so it's kind of sussy. You know, like you know, like getting free stuff. There has to be like a, you know, something. Like you know, something in return. You know, nothing is free. That's the reality. Yeah, I could sell this.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference.
I have
I'll buy
3.
it at a high price.
Can I just get one of these and sell them?
Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us. Good instinct, stranger. Anything now.
Inlaid gemstones.
Go and come. Welcome. I've got something new for you. A deal well struck.
Buy. What can I buy?
I
This?
don't always have this in
I want
stock,
to tune up.
stranger.
My red 9. I feel like red 9 is already good. It's still my
Want a fighting
TNT.
chance out there? We're starting to get an idea of your tastes.
Should I max it out? Should I max it out? That's kind of risky though, right? Okay, let's do ammo.
There you are, as you wished.
Do it! Too late.
We're starting to get an idea of your tastes.
Ammo. Okay, let's do.
Knife needs care every once in a while.
Okay, let's do my knife. And then let's do the ammo.
Try that on for size.
What do I have here? Heavy grenade. Resources.
Why not try your hand? Hope to see.
What kind of resources? I have 8. Okay, noise. Everything seems good. Okay.
You again soon.
Good, right? Wait. So you wanted to give you nothing and overcome it with your own skill? Gotcha. You know? That's exactly what I want. I want a challenge. Come on. Okay. Where's the... Let me save. 12. Challenge, she said. Oh. Oh! Oh! Run, run! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come closer! Ooh! Easy! Easy! Woo! Run! Can I get on high ground? Fuck! Oh my god. Woo! That guy has a freaking like machine gun. Are you what the heck is he shooting at me? What? Wait. Oh my god. Alright. I see you. Okay. Okay. I see you. Woo! Come here right now. Come here right now. Ooh, kick you in the face. Give me this. What is this? Ammo? Why is Twitch offering me your scam instead of Uber points? Uber coming? I don't know. Maybe you should get the scam. You know, it's a great investment. You know. Oh my god. It's this guy. Woo! Oh my god. Oh guys, I gotta focus! Come here, you wanna fight me? You're long range, I'm close range! Come here!
I'm empty.
Woo! Oh my god. Oh my god. Gotta reload. Let me see. Yo, this guy just won't die. He dead. Come here. Easy kill. Is that everything? That's all the loot here? Everything here? Nice. I mean, I will be in your stream anyway, so I can save up again. Wow. It's a bait. It's a bait for you to, you know, watch my streams. You know. It's You really refuse to use the other guns, don't you? Yes, sir. Yes, I do. Because, you know, the Red 9 is a great gun. Everybody should have a Red 9. Yup. What's that? Did I miss that? Oh, I see it. It's hanging right here. Oh. There we go. Easy! Easy, guys. As simple as that. Very simple. Indeed. Okay, I only have 10 ammo. Can I make any more? Nope. Nope. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Oh my god! I think this is it. Okay, I'm ready. I am ready.
Sorry I'm late.
Got the medicine just in time.
Can you stand?
Where's Luis?
Gone.
He was worried about you. Till the end. Come on. We don't have much time.
See, now she looks like a teenager.
For Luis.
Right? She's a teenager, right? I'm assuming she's like 16, 17.
Ada, come in. There's a lab where we can remove the parasites. Had a crazy hunch that you'd know where it is.
Their most important facilities are housed in their sanctuary at the top of the mountain. That's where I look.
Ada the encyclopedia.
Happy to help.
Encyclopedia. Okay. Anything? It's that and that.
Don't die on me now.
Just the black robe dude here. Hello.
Why not treat yourself, mate? Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
You have anything new I could get? No?
I'll buy almost anything.
Almost anything. Alright, buddy. Let me get this.
You can't go. I'll keep.
We're gonna build this and lay gemstones. Still a green one.
We'll look out for. Welcome.
And it tuned up a gun. Which gun? Should I just? And I'm just gonna max it out.
Are you?
I have 6. 6? Oh, might as well do this. Ray of fire.
This kind of work is about finesse. Don't get yourself kicked.
Save. 13.
Killed now.
Only have 10 bullets. 10 bullets. 2 ornate beetles. Wait, I didn't do the bug one. I forgot about the bug one. Oh well. Oh well, it's fine. I have bad eyesight. I wasn't gonna find them anyways. It's fine.
To get to the comms facility.
Comms facility. Researcher scroll note. Okay, can't rush. Gotta get the facts down. First, the test subject are loose in the facility. Second, the only way out is shut. The high voltage power unit is missing, and the exit won't open without one. The freezer! There's a power unit in there. Excuses? Okay. It's an emergency power supply for when one of the test subjects escapes. It should do the job. Problem is, how do I get there with those things running wild? Need to think. Can't give up. Got a family. I can make it. I can do this. I have to. For them. Alright. Need some power. Am I gonna fight those... the regenerators? Right? It's the same area, right? It is! Okay. You know what? What is this? Biosensor? I know it. I just got a feeling, you know? I got a feeling. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Oh, well, where is it? Oh, it's 4. There's a guy right there. Uh-oh. Subject analysis, regenerator, April 9. At last, I have created a new life. I call it regenerator. Its metabolic capacity is incredible. Unless all the parasites residing within the organism are destroyed, the tissues regenerate indefinitely. April 10. Upon examining the body with the biosensor scope, I was able to confirm that the parasite behaved like a vital organ for the host, almost as though it has multiple hearts. This new creation of mine is essentially immortal. Surely even Dr. Frankenstein himself could want to shake my hand in admiration. April 13, I shared the news my achievement with that pretentious bastard colleague of mine. His face went white, and then he started scribbling something on his notebook. I thought he'd be impressed, but instead, he actually had the nerve to warn me that so-called danger. He's a fool. I have everything under control. Date, the subject went wild and escaped the cryogenic tank. It was the real... Oh, I was the real fool. Okay. No more voice acting, huh? Well, the thing is, I've already, like... Oh, shit. I've already read this already. Oh! Get out of here. Get out of here. Double kick. Come on, come here. Melee. Nice. Easy. You see that? Easy. Easy. Okay, now I could go here. Oh, this part is blocked now. Okay. Your parry is getting good. I know, right? It feels good. It feels... It feels real good, okay? You know, my ego's boosting, the confidence is up, you know? I feel like I could take over the world, you know? I feel like God, you know? Alright. Let's go up. Wait. Oh, wait! Fuck that. Go back, go back! Ada, go back! Ada, go back, please! Ada, please go back! Okay, I missed something here. Where is it? Is it up here? It's here, right? Oh, it's in the other room? Oh, wait. No! Maybe I should have taken the fucking stingray. No! My shots are so ass! Wait! Wait! Come out. Come out. You see? Your reload's so slow! Oh my god. Come here. This science is really wet. I'm a genius. I got... Oh, I messed up. Oopsie. Right? Oh, go on, go on. Go in! Okay. Easy. Another one, right? Another one? He's not gonna regenerate his brain, right? Oh, fuck. He exploded everywhere. Oh my god. Ada has small hands. Ada do have small hands. Lady hands, you know? Okay. Can't go there. Can't go there either. So thanks for the head pads. Thank you, thank you. Should I have a question? Sure, sure. Guys, it's Sussy here. Are you a Sigma? Damn right I'm a Sigma. Sigma's is good, right? Yeah. You as a cute Asian girl, will you be able to reload that? You know what? Yes. It's Sigma male. You know, I might as well be, right? Ooh, it's the bags. It's the bags. Okay. There's a treasure there, treasure here. Got it. Got it. Damn. Damn. Uh-oh. Power units?
That was bound to happen.
I'm scared, guys. The generators are the ones that always drove me crazy. Yeah, I hated them. What the heck is that, guys?
Emotional damage!
Oh shit! Oh my god, Fender! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! I thought you were talking about in the game! In the game! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow! It's a little spider. Get your ass over here! Oh my god. I thought you meant in the game. Jesus. Oh my god. Okay. In here. I hear something. Everybody be quiet. Are you being quiet? Oh wait, did I forget to grab it? I thought that was it. Where is it? Oh, is it in here? Okay. Be quiet. Be quiet, everyone. Be quiet. Can I go in here? No? Oh, it's in that room. Easy! Easy! Easy kill, guys. It's so fucking GG easy. GG easy. Loud sneeze. GG easy. Oh my god. Okay, Beetle. Gamer, right? I'm a freaking gamer. I'm a freaking gamer. I'm W aim. You saw that? You saw that shit? W aim. Okay, now I could go back where it's safe and no danger, and you know, I don't gotta worry about dying. Right? This way, right? No. Wait, how do I get back? Over here? You listen close, they sound just like that anime. Wow! Okay. I hear more. Just a little distorted. Okay. There's a treasure there. I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Oh. What is this? Golden links? Okay. It's behind this door, huh? I see. Where are you? Easy, easy. Come on. Easy. Come on. Come on. Easy. Come on. Okay, let me reload. Thank you for the 10 bits. Thank you, thank you. Ashton's head is getting bigger. Wait, this guy has so many horse. Hey, yo. Oh my gosh, this guy. Oh shit, oh shit. Reload, reload. Fuck. I'm trapped, I'm trapped. Oh! 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 Fuck. Come here! No, I messed up! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! Oh shit! Shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Run, Ada, run! Come on, I'll kill you! Come here! Come here! Come out! Come out! Come out! Woo! Oh my god, I keep missing my shots! Come here! Woo! Okay. Guys, one shot. Easy, 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 easy. Come on. Easy. They aren't scary. You have a rocket launcher. You know what? I don't need no rocket launcher. Come on. I have my trusty red 9. All right. Hopefully I didn't forget anything here. What is that? Black bass. Where's that? Oh, here. Okay. Red 9, yeah. I'm a red 9 main here, Fender. Sentinel 9. Oh my god. Yeah, this is my go-to gun. You know, it never lets me down. I maxed it out. Well, like, you know, the power. This is my best gun. Okay. Can I make more ammo? Yes, I can. Let me heal myself. Let's do this. Okay, there's a treasure here. This room. I need a key. Damn, I don't have a key. Oh. Anything else in here? No. Is this the only treasure? Okay. Let's go. Well, still on RE4? Yes, ma'am. The grind never stops. Yeah, it's about like 5-6 hours. Best handgun. Yeah, friend, right? I've been doing Red 9 only. I'm never letting go of this gun. Never ever. Okay, I think I'm supposed to go over there. Let me check over here. Oh. Oh! You know what that means? More handgun ammo. Alright. Anything else? It was over here. Can I open this? No? Okay. Power unit outlet. Okay. We're just gonna go to the guy. Gotcha, gotcha. Hello, sir.
Now look, something's bound to catch your eye. Welcome.
Yes.
Ooh,
I would love to sell this.
your valuables won't do you much good in the well.
And then
I'll keep a lookout for items.
let me build this. Purple, red, blue.
Welcome, stranger.
I'm rich. You know what I'm gonna do with this?
I'll pay you a fine.
Yup. I'm mixing them.
Your weapons are in good
Huh.
hands. I'll
Huh. Huh. Should I do my shotgun? I don't even use my shotgun. Here, let me.
We're starting to get an idea of your taste. Sad to
There
say
we
that's the
go.
end of the road for
Okay.
that. Packs of punch.
Max D Red 9. D Red 9. F 20.
A
23?
well-tuned weapon can make up for a there you
Aye.
are, as you wished.
Power, reload. Still ammo.
Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less.
It's good.
Will that be all then?
Yes, that is all.
Now go and cause some.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yup.
Hey there, hey.
Alright, I'm ready. Oh. Anything else I can make with this? No? Nothing. Alright. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready to get the hell out of here. Oh. Okay. Not yet. Okay, head for the comms facility. Okay. Where to go? More ammo. Red herb. Okay. Anything else? No, nothing. Oh, more stuff. The boss battle. I'm ready for the boss battle. So ready.
Not exactly covert, but it'll have to do.
More money? Antenna array construction report. The installation of the highly sensitive antenna array on the island is finally complete. With it, the activities of the hostile organization, including those of the U.S. intelligence services, can be accurately intercepted and monitored. Now we can hear all. First, we will use this to gather the intel and plan for the day of the kidnapping. It will certainly ensure our success. We will show the entire world how that country's security is all bark and no bite. Jack Krauser. Am I gonna fight Krauser? Leon didn't kill him, right? Did he just lay on the ground? For sure he's gonna come back alive, right? Oh. Who are you? Are you throwing? Okay. Oh! Get out of here! Get out of here!
Excuse me, can I see your ticket?
Oh, wait! I was trying to... No way! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Double arrow? Wow! Ain't no match for me, get out of here! Move, get away! Easy, too easy! Oh my god, now I'm thinking I should have played on hardcore mode. I feel oh my god, my ego. This feels too like too easy. Alright, I think here. More loot, more loot. Oh. Can I loot? Handgun ammo, noise. Let me see anything. Okay. Ahead. Oh! Wait, he's everywhere.
You have the stench of battle on you, mate.
Okay. Just call me Stinky.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
I don't really have anything to buy.
Want a fighting chance out there, you best
And let me just repair my knife.
crossing your T's, come back anytime.
Save again, just in case. 16, 17, 15. Nice, great minds think alike, right? Okay, what is this? 3. Okay, 3 insects.
The area is well guarded. I need to be careful.
Got it. Is that it? Oh, right here.
A radio tower. That's where I need to go.
That's where we need to go. Is that everything? Okay. Did I just jump down? Okay, get all your gun. No way. Okay. Oh. No! How do I... Oh, okay. I see it. How's the fight? I think so. I don't know. Ada, get up, please. Can you please turn around?
Bring me a challenge.
Yeah, bring me a challenge. Too easy. No, not you throwing stuff at me. Yeah, get hit by your own fire. Okay, anything else? Ammo, ammo. I take. Anything? Oh, free stuff, loot. More ammo. Oh, this shotgun ammo though. Damn, and not even a pistol ammo. Come here. Pistol. Okay, sir. Okay. Run! Dynamite! Ooh. And a kick.
Here we go.
Ooh, we got dynamite. I'm missing my shots. Easy, easy. You are so annoying. Oh, your dynamite explodes. Is that everything? Yes, 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 yes. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. Where's the other dude? You are so annoying! Oh my god. Anything here? I wasted so much of my ammo on that guy. Loot? Is that all the loot here? Wait. What? I could have done that? Wait. Hold on. Can I do on this one too? Where is it? This one? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm a genius. Oh my god, free loot! Okay. Ammo. Anything else here? No? Okay, the dumpster. Or gold bar. Okay. Hold on, let me go. we're gonna go back and upgrade. Yes, sir.
It warms my heart to see you stop by. Welcome.
Hello, I'm back.
A selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Thank you, thank you.
A deal well struck.
Tuned up. What should I tune up? Red Knight is good.
A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend.
Ammo, reload speed. No, might as well do this, right?
We're starting to get an idea of your
Okay.
tastes, friend.
This.
Try that on for size.
Alright,
Don't
thank
get
you.
yourself killed.
Pleasure doing business with you, sir. Okay, just in case. By the way, it's possible to destroy those turrets with the blast arrows, but you really need to know where to aim. Ah! Oh, you know, the thing is, I got rid of my blast arrows. Because I know for sure I wasn't gonna lose them. Yo. Seashed? Seashed? What? Blast arrows are the best. Oh, blast arrows are important. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. I could do perfectly fine without them. It's fine. You know? See? Easy. Wow! Kill that guy first. Ooh, ate a kick. I need to reload. No, don't kill me. Nice. Is that all? How are you not dead? Of course. Nice. I think that's everything. I think. There's another dude up here. I can smell him. Uh-oh. Get wrecked! Oh my god. Oh my god, bro, gun! Ada, please! Please, Ada, please! Ada, please! It's okay. You know, I think this is like, well, my third death ever? It's fine. It's totally fine. No, it's not like I'm disappointed or anything. Welcome, man, Riz! Welcome! Skill issue is what I say. Alright. You know, I'm doing great. Okay. So, how are you, Riz? How are you? How is your day? How have you been? Did you sleep well? Did you eat well? What did you eat? What did you know, how do you breathe? Tell me everything. Alright, come here. Come here. Okay. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Stop throwing dynamite at me. Oh god. Oh, this guy. Yeah, you got nothing to protect you now. Okay, easy. Oh, my knife is broken. It's fine. Oh, Mommy Ada, please have mercy. Oh my lord. Yeah, Mommy Ada. I got everything here, right? Okay. Oh, a green herb? Can I make anything with this? No? Oh yeah, I could! I'm dumb. Okay. I have pizza and then play Sekiro. You play Sekiro? Oh my god. Bloodborne and then Black Ops 6 and then I sleep a little and then we're here. Nice. Sounds like you had lots of fun, you know? How is Sekiro though? Are you dying a whole lot? Oh my god. Oh my god. TMP, let's go, TMP, let's go, TMP! Nice! TMP to the rescue, guys. I'm definitely dying a whole lot. Soy Saint, Ishin, holy shit, took me 2 days. Oh my god! Crazy, crazy. One day, I will play Sekiro. I just know it. I mean, I promise everyone I'll play Sekiro. One day. On stream. But it's so hard. I know it's like a difficult game. Did you defeat Krauser yet? I have not. I don't even know if I'm supposed to fight him. If I'm being honest.
Oh, it's just one thing after another today.
Okay. One day? Said the liar? I'm not a liar! I will! One day! One day I will! One day. And that day is not today. Yup. Oh shit! Yo, why will you die? Okay. Was that supposed to happen? I will sounds like how someone would lie. Oh my god. Difficult? Elden Ring is harder? Is it actually? Is Elden Ring actually harder? I do have Elden Ring though. I do want to play it, but we'll see. I feel like it might be too hard for me. Okay, where do I go? Oh. Wait, where do... Oh, okay. I know where to go now. Okay. I know where to go now. So welcome in, Chi-Bean. Welcome. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. How are you, Chi-Bean? Ohayo. Ohayo gozaimasu. Okay, this part. Okay. Elden Ring is more aggressive? Ah. I see. Okay, I could just run. No, I'm getting hit. I just run and grapple. Okay. Run and grapple. Run and grapple. Run and grapple. Okay. Oh. Run and grapple. Got it. Run and grapple. Run and grapple, run! Let's go, Ada! Okay. Did I miss anything? No? There's a hole here. Am I supposed to go down? Wait, what's up there? Hold on. I'm doing good. How are you, lovely angel goats? Oh my god, Chi-Bean! I'm doing good. Having lots of fun playing Resident Evil 4 as Ada. Ada, my wife. I missed. Yes, ma'am. Alright. She started speaking Japanese? Oh shit! Where's that unfollow button? What do you mean? I don't even speak Japanese that well. Or I don't even speak it at all. I don't know, it's Watashi wa shinobi desu. That's all I know. Hey, she's our wife. Yeah, sure, buddy. You can dig that. But we all know for sure she likes me more. You know. Oh, do you know anime phrases? You know, same here. Wow. What is it, guys? Am I lying? Okay, sapphire. Okay. I need a... Oh, oh, okay. 1, 4, 8. Okay. Share fake love. Come on, guys. We all know it's real. I'll show you how she likes me more, Shinobi, with 2 eyes underscore. Itoshi, where's the proof? Yeah, where's the proof, huh? Show me the receipts. Receipts. Oh my god, I can't talk right now. She likes me more just because how rough I am. My voice, I need cough syrup. Receipts. Receipts? Receipts? I will once I play separate ways. Ha 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 ha. Sure, buddy. We'll see about that. Boo! Oh my god. The Amber. Research report number 12. Our research into the Amber continues on the island. We're beginning to get a clearer picture, but there's still so much we do not know. The Amber is proving its usefulness, although it's still dormant. It has a great influence over the parasites and even strengthens them. I am convinced that this optimizes the relationship between parasite and host. In our experiments, we were able to recreate this for one of our test subjects. This great achievement. Next, I want to test its influence over the superior species of Plaga. However, only those at the top of the Los Illuminados are hosts of this particular type of parasites, and they would never agree to participate in any experiments. I need to plan carefully if I wish to find any volunteers. Annabelle Garcia Escudero, head researchers. Alright. Boo, this man wants to play separate ways? Sure. Thank you for the hydrate, Kenny. Thank you. Thank you for the redeems, Riz. Thank you for the punk. I will. Oh my god. I stole your glasses, I stole your horns, I bonked your head. Damn, you can at least give me some love afterwards, you know? Like a head pat. After abusing me, you know? Come on. Okay, there you go. Thank you for the head pat. Kenny, you should be sleeping. I know, right, Kenny? How is drawing? Martinico? Martinico? The effects of the amber are greater than anything I could have imagined. How do you guys pronounce this? Martinico? Martinico? Was once a fragile, uncontrollable test subject that was despised for being born deformed. But after numerous experiments, it gained tremendous resilience and regenerating abilities, and now it is impervious to conventional weapons. Oh my god. Now for the bad news. It may be stronger, but its mental capacity is not improving. Has not improved at all. And the likely event that it breaks free, there's little we can do to contain it again. Only the powerful laser can stop it for good. The lasers. Okay. Martinico? Something like that. I'm Asian. I don't know how the fuck. Me too. I'm Asian also. I don't know. I assume that like, you know, since this is like Spanish ground, it's like Martin, like Martinico. I don't know. You look so Seiza without glasses and horns. Yeah, I wonder.
Well, this isn't working.
Do I just run? Like, I can't shoot him, right? Any lasers? Any lasers?
If that thing captures me, I'm done for.
Okay. Oh!
This is where we say goodbye.
Is that it? Okay. Over here. What did I say? Yeah, you're drawing, right? I got an A in English yet. I don't know how to. You have an A in English? Yo, I got a C in English. I hate it. I hate writing. I absolutely hated writing. And like history. But I did good in math, so you know, I kind of feel for the stereotype. Okay. There you go. Uncle Roger be disappointed. No! Not Uncle Roger. Okay. There you go. I'm sorry. Also, me and Uncle Roger goes way back. Way back. Ooh. Well, I said something, but I didn't get posted due to me saying something that the moderation didn't like. Ah. Oh my god. From the same country even? Really? Hey, that's so cool. Okay. Oh. Okay, Ada. Over here. Sheesh! Look at that. Sheesh! I'm pretty sure I forgot something. No? There you go. Oh, found the word? It doesn't like the word current? What the heck? I don't know why Automoto is doing that. Bro. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. You yelled at me first. I got scared. It was self-defense. Ornate necklace. Alright. Yeah, boss be weird. Research report number 14. My findings show that Amber has the ability to invigorate even the superior species of Plaga. It was wise to choose Krauser as the guinea pig. The others were too suspicious, but Krauser's insistence, lust for power, was more than enough to convince them to take part in my experiments. The results has been excellent. The growth of the superior species can now easily surpass that of a regular parasite. He is, without a doubt, one of the most powerful people I have ever seen. The only thing we have to fear now is the power sleeping within the amber. How can I prepare? What should I do if it is awakened? It does not matter. Writing this report no longer has any meaning. Sadler came to me. The ampoule. Ampoule? What? He handed over. It's still in front of me. I know too much. I realized what would happen if I inject myself with it. Will he kill me if I defy him? Or should I place the gun to my own head and pull the trigger? It is going to be a long night. Oh my god. Sheesh! Oh. Sheesh! But what I was trying to say was, have you seen my project that I am working on at the moment? I should be working on a reactive, but it needs to stop making so many unfinished projects. You know, I feel like it's good working on multiple projects, you know? Because, like, you focus on one thing at a time. You get too hyper-fixated on one thing that, you know, you forget to look at the bigger picture, you know? So, It's nice. It's nice working on multiple projects. The thing is, I won't finish them. Well,
Lasers. Better watch out.
good luck, Kenny. It was self-defense. How do I do this? Sorry guys, the light turned off. I can't see anything. I was feeling my surroundings and oh, Jack's face was my surroundings. Yo, that is usually how it goes. I'm not gonna die, right? How the heck do I... Oh. Oh my god, Ada? Sheesh! Oh my god. This part had Leon before and it was hot? Really? Oh my god. I would love to see Leon do this. Okay, 4, 3, 0. Lord have mercy, please! Exactly. How to connect the device. I'm not forgetting anything, right? No? At the last set of laser, there's a cool death scene if you fail at the very end. Really? You know what? I might look at it after this. Or after the stream. Probably.
I'm at the site and jacked into the main terminal. You're going to blow up this entire island,
Oh my god.
including the president's daughter.
Oh my
Won't that make
god.
things hard?
Let Ashley die. I'm kidding. Oh, welcome back, Chaos. Just got off. Squirrel was a gun. Really? How was it? Was it fun? Is it fun? Should I play it?
Arranged a way for you to get back to the island.
Yeah, is it fun? The game is wild.
Copy that.
I beat Daddy in a tank.
On it now.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo, that's what he said. He beat Daddy with a tank top, guys. Hey, yo, no wonder. Yes, play. Ooh, Wowden.
You should have known by now, Whisker. I
Whiskers.
don't always play by your rules.
Exactly. We love a rebel, Ada. Wish it was co-op. Oh, it's not co-op. It's single player. Damn. Oh well, maybe I'll play it. Okay, now we gotta escape, right? Okay. I'm in the control room, right? I'm in the control room. And then I leave. Alright. Hopefully I know where I'm going. Wish me luck. Alright guys, wish me luck. Squirrel with a gun. It's a funny name. Okay, straight. And then left. Gun out. Just in case. Uh-oh.
Only one way through this.
Okay. Okay, Ada. Okay. Oh my god, Ada. Shift. Oh my god. The slow-mo. That was such a long slow-mo.
Always have an out.
Nice. You did, but oh, sorry. I forgot. Amazing. We'll check it out. For the war crime. Chapter end. Noise. Oh, also you can hold up people with a gun of your choice to make them drop acorns. What? Oh my god. Wait, that sounds like such a funny game. Chapter 7. Oh yeah, but you have to have enough golden acorns to unlock some.
Find Leon.
The acorns are gold? Also, each gun has a unique finisher. I hardly even know her. Okay. Ada be looking hot as fuck. I know, right? I know. Ada is such a mommy. Okay. Alright guys, I'm gonna oh my god. I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna go water the can because I've been holding it since like a couple hours ago. I will be back. Alright. BRB. Go piss, girl. GPG. Watering the plants? Yes, watering the plants and the can. BRB. I'm back. I am back. My name is back. And back is me. She looks so innocent when AFK. What do you mean? I am innocent. I'm very say so. Very, very innocent. Very pure. You know, vanilla. And, you know, everybody knows I'm innocent. Alright. Here we go. They always do. I'm gonna play for stream next Friday. Oh my god, you gonna play this girl game? Oh my god, TV. I will watch. If I'm awake.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
What am I buying? Can I sell anything? I only have one.
There's some things money can't buy.
Some things money can buy. You're right. You're so right. Can I just upgrade then? Unnecessary?
A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend.
Lack of skill.
Dazzled, are you?
Okay, I'm poor.
Check out my...
Yeah, sure. We save? Is 8:30 really DJ hours? 8:30? Are you gonna stream at 8:30? No, I feel like DJ hours is like 11 p.m. and more, right, guys? Like close to midnight and after. That makes 11:30 for me. Oof. So I started that time, but I don't stop till like 11. So I guess. Ooh, wait, I'll be there. I'll be there to watch. Oh wow, I didn't see this guy. Oh my god, I love that kick. I love that kick. Oh shoot. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Stab you first before you can turn. Okay, nice, nice. Okay. Oh. There's another thing here. Anything else? Rifle ammo? Rifle ammo? Where is that? Hugging the wall. Oh, here. Come here, I'll grapple your shield. Yeah. Easy, easy. Oh fuck. Die. Please don't die. Okay, nice. Oh. Please don't. Oh god. Woo! Oh god. Run! I can't afford this. He's charging at me! Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought you were dead! Okay. Go, mommy, go! Are you calling me? Oh, you're calling Ada mommy. I was about to say. Oh my god. Okay. No more ammo. Can I disable that? Oh. Sit down. I'm gonna die. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, I should be heading out soon. Gotta get some sleep for work. Good luck with stream. Thank you, Kills. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. For the like. Have a good night. Sleep well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Good night, good night. a gun, you freaking idiot! Oh my god. I'm dying, guys. I'm dying. I'm dying. Damn. Oh my god. Can Ishu learn from chaos? Yeah, what is sleep? And should make sure you have the bottle of water in the closet. It'll be like 80 degrees. Sure. I'll be sure to be hydrated. Okay, any healing items, please? Oh, green herb. More green herbs. Is this boss battle right here? Oh shoot. Oh fuck! Oh, it's fine. Yeah, my son is this. Flash grenade. Okay. Oh, there's another thing here. Oh! Is that everything? Oh. Okay. A beret. Is that Krausers?
I'm empty.
Okay, I am out of. Oh, wrong gun. Okay. Wow. You are so annoying. Get out of my way! Stop! Don't shoot me! Please! Oh my god! Of course! Okay. Handgun ammo. Okay. Oh, there's more ammo here. Oh, treasure! Baby. Let me treasure you. Okay, I'm ready, guys. I'm ready. I'm ready for the battle. Okay.
Almost there.
Almost there. Oh. Wait, I'm so rich. They're just giving me free treasure. Constantly?
I can hardly contain myself. You're really gonna do it, stranger?
I am.
Welcome. What can I interest
Is
you
this
in?
the last shop? I need another one.
Valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Selling only.
I'll buy it at a high price.
Okay.
Anything else I can help you with?
Stingray, resources,
What you see is what I've got.
charms. Okay. Let me buy another one.
Always have this in stock, stranger.
You know what? We were just gonna tune up the rest.
Knife needs care every once in a while.
TMP.
Could be the difference between life and death. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger.
Okay.
Little bit goes a long way. You've exhausted our normal range of services. There you are.
Okay.
As you wished.
There. I'm poor. I'm poor.
Pleasant travels.
Okay. I might still do this then. There we go. Solid.
stranger.
Okay. Tuned up everything. Tuned up everything. So it's completed.
Your weapons are in good. Dazzled, are you?
Reload speed.
Craftsmanship demands no less.
Okay. Should I sell the Viper?
I'll buy almost anything.
I'm selling the Viper.
Thank you.
Okay. Repair this. Okay. Easy. Easy. 20, 21, 19.
Do check out my wares again.
You going on a boss battle? I'm pretty sure I am. It feels like it. It feels like a boss battle. Wait, did I forget something? I think so. Or maybe close to one. Oh. Next? Yeah, it looks like it, right? I wanna commit a war crime with that TMP. Hey, yo, end game, okay? End game. Right? It's a treasure right in front of me. Oh, found it. Yeah, right? End game, right? Okay. Here we go.
Oh, blessings unto him and the sweet mercy they bring. Exalt all and let it be so.
You see, with one screw, I can turn a final army to a felony. Oh my god. Okay, Ada. I think he just dropped. Yeah, I remember this. Wait, are we fighting him? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Red Knight, don't disappoint. Red Knight, don't disappoint. Fuck! Okay. Focus. Sorry guys, I'm gonna shut up for a bit.
Tribulation. You're the one in for a world.
There is no escape. Insolence.
What the heck is that? You have a Dragon Ball in his mouth?
Oh, did that hurt?
You little wretch.
He called me a wrench? Okay. Oh, holy fuck!
Is only the beginning.
What? Oh my god! Yo! Thank you for the redeem! Red Knight never disappoints! Exactly! Never disappoints. Unprovoked? Yeah, it's a Dragon Ball! It's a freaking Dragon Ball in his mouth! Okay. I'm ready.
Join our covenant. Oh, bless.
Okay.
Wayward lamb, servant of the heretic world. This will be your
need to reload. Run, Ada, run! Oh, some of it. What's this? What's this? No, how do I? Okay, how do I avoid that? Oh. No way! Oh! Oh, that is so attractive.
Oh, did that hurt?
No! I'm gonna die. Reload, Ada, reload, please, reload it. Is there anything here? No loot? No loot? Oh, right here. Loot. Whoa! What the heck is that? What the heck? I didn't know he was gonna charge at me. Damn. Okay. You know, I know what to do now. I know. Spam it with TMP. Oh, spray and pray. Got it. His tentacles attack. Shen liked it. Hey, you shush.
Tribulation. You're the one in for a world of hurt.
He got legs now. Oh my god. Wow. What in the world? I saw your social history. Shut the hell up. You shush. You shush. Wait, his moves are different now. Is it just me? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, where are you? Come here. Oh! Oh my god! He's losing freaking double attacks on me. Unfair? Unfair? Come here. Ah! He's giving me the hot tour! Okay. Yeah, you wanna play a game of Ring Around Rosie? I could do that. Oh my god! Heretic me? Do this. Submachine gun ammo? Okay. Oh shit, I messed up. Nice! Wow. Wow, I did it, wow! my god, easy! Easy! Shen's mouth wide open. Hey, I'm trying to focus, okay? I'm trying to focus. Alright. Noise.
Control, come in. I have the package. This is gonna be
So now you're making me like self-conscious.
Evacuate immediately. Someone is coming to pick you up.
Oh my goodness. Uh-oh.
I trust everything is fine on your end too.
Rita? Ada. Oh my god. Oh! That's what she got there.
Ada!
She's gonna get tentacled. You sure do want to see that, huh? Baby girl, no!
Sadler!
Ew, I just know that's slimy. Shen's fantasy. Is that the guy from Bottom's Gate? That's Leon, but like he has a I gave him a skin and so he looks like Asterion. Yeah. I love Asterion. Oh god. Right? He looks so much like Asterion, huh? I love it. Uh-oh. Wait, am I fighting him twice? Where's Ada? Wait. Okay, that was confusing at first. Shen is always wild. I saw her. Hey, we don't talk about my search history, okay? It's I'll sue you. Can I even do anything? Oh, no. Look again.
Just what I was looking for.
Oh, that's right, the rocket launcher. Okay. Shit, what you looking at? Nothing? Nothing? Oh. Looking forward to my hopes and dreams of the future.
I need to hurry.
Hurry. Gotcha. Anything else? No. You think you could shoot me? I shoot you! Okay. You sue me? Woo! Stop! Sheesh! Oh my god. I was Saul's Goodman. Get away! Let's drop anything. Give me ammo! Oh my god, Your Honor, shut the fuck up! I wasn't really here! Not this. Fuck! I hate! Why did I have like such good aim? Can I kick him? Kick him, please. Ada, please. Thank you. I love you for that. Can I heal Heal. Oh shoot! Woo! Yeah, hit the other guy. Ben, I'll get out. Please don't. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. There you go. But won't let me say my words? Really? What? Oh my god. Freaking bots? I don't know why. It's always my stream. And it's like common words too. You know, just spell it out word by word. I mean, not word by word, letter by letter. I think here, no? Okay, I have 3 minutes. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Oh, my knife is broken. It's fine, it's fine. Totally fine. Woo! Ready to run! Woo! Ready to run! Kick his ass, kick his ass. TMP? W? Oh god. No, welcome in! Hold on, hold on. I'm in the middle of fighting something. Oh my god. Okay. Welcome in. Hit. Ominent. Minton. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? Wait, where do I go now? Oh, there's a door right here. Okay. 2 minutes? 2 minutes? I fucking hate myself. Chibi, kill me, please. I said my death. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! I'm sorry, little one. Does she realize it's time-based? I'm running! I'm running as fast as I can! You know? But like, they keep attacking me, you know? This is not my fault. See, I have time! See, I have time, guys! I'm surprised that guy didn't squeal like a pig. Played a role. Client. Client is censored. You know, it's always the C words. I don't know why. Like correct, come, client.
Time to end this. Hold on.
Okay. Thank you for purchasing our warheads. Thank you for your order, Major Crosser. We are humbled to choose you to do business with us, and it is an honor to supply you with our arms. Bear arms? Okay, I'm sorry. To briefly explain their features, the warheads you request are hardened to pierce heavily armored targets that are painted red to make them easier to identify among similar munitions. Not only can they penetrate tank armor and pillboxes, but they explosively form penetrator jets can perforate in battleships in dig a hole. Is it me or is like, or is this sentence is like super sus? They are somewhat overpowered, so it is fair to say that there's not a single combat vehicle that can withstand these warheads. We are in no position to ask how you will use these weapons, and it is none of our business. But there is no target that will require the immense destructive power that they possess. Please use with caution. Newman's Arms Corp. All right, got it. Celine Dion, TV. Are you guys just writing down C words? Oh, sheesh! Oh my god! Run! God. Okay, what? Wait, do I Oh my god, I'm dying! Okay. What's this? Craft more handgun ammo? No, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. Get away! Oh my god. Get away! Okay, if I run out of time, it's fine, right? It's fine. Totally fine. Stop! Get away! Please! Please move, please move, please move, please move. Please move. Stop! Go away! Caribbean. Okay. Easy! Cumin? Okay, cumin is kind of a funny word.
Leon needs help. Hurry.
Oh my god, look, it's Ashley.
I'm on.
What are you? I'm cumin. Guys, this is funny. It's funny. Ashley. Do I have time? I have like 1 minute. You what? Nothing. I'm nothing. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Use this.
There you go. Wow, Leon. Wow.
I'll give you a holy body.
Oh my god. Leon. Oh. Oof. Oof. Astraros. Clinker uprising? What's a clinker? Because I hardly even know. I'm sorry. I'll stop saying the same joke over and over again. I promise.
Ada, what the hell are you doing?
Clinker is the slave for the
Nothing
robots in Star
personal,
Wars?
Leon.
Really?
Arrangement. Don't worry.
Oh my
I'll
god.
take care of it.
Shen, I hardly even know her.
Here.
But speaking of Star Wars, I've been playing Lego Star Wars and learning about the lore.
This is where we go our separate ways.
Kind of amazing.
I see.
He said the title. He said the title. He said the thing. He said the thing. Separate ways.
Better get a move on.
Oh,
Cute.
how cute. Ah! Rah! Till next time, Leon.
Leon.
There you go. Is this the end?
Patch me through. I've obtained the amber.
Excellent.
Just one question. What are you planning to do with this?
We do not pay you to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking.
New Dawn.
100 will give their lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
Okay, Whiskers.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Oh yeah,
Billions.
mass murder.
How ambitious. We're changing course now.
Oh. Okay. You know, if I was in that guy's position, I would just keep going where I was supposed to go. Cause like, if she shoots me, guys, hear me out. If she shoots me, where is she gonna go? If I, I'm the one controlling the plane. If she kills me, isn't she gonna die too? Cause the plane is gonna fall down and, you know, is in the ocean. I mean, guys, am I wrong here? Like, wouldn't I be the one in control? You know? Hear me out. I died by mommy. Yeah, that's all that matters, right? Come on, like, who wouldn't want that to pass? Come on, come on. That's crazy. Honestly, great DLC. Good DLC. Amazing DLC. Shen, how long did you say it would take? Like 5 hours? I think it took like 6 hours. Like almost like 6 hours? Yeah, 'cause I streamed like an hour and a half, I think. No, I think I did 7 hours. I think I streamed 2 hours before my stream freaking crashed on me. And then 4 hours here. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I thought you said the DLC was 8. No, it's supposed to be like 5 to 6 hours long. But you know me. Yup, 7 hours. Dun, 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 dun. Oh damn, it works. Yup, it sure do. Haha. Of course you chose the the PH sound. Of course. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. DLC looks really good. It is really good, really good. So good. I loved it. I loved it. It's actually really good. I love the grapple. The grapple is probably like my favorite thing out of everything. Like Ada grapple, it's like chef kiss, you know? It's like so satisfying, you know? More satisfying than, you know, Daddy Longlegs Leon here. You know? If only we can say the same about Resident Evil Village DLC. What? Is Village DLC bad? Oh my god. I see. Is mid at best? Ah. I see. Oh my god, Cheaping has been following Shinobi with 2i_ for 2 months, 5 days, and 22 hours. Wait, it's only been 2 months? Wait, you came at the same time like... Oh, Itoshi came. Oh my god. 2 months only? $22 saves, 1 playthrough. B. She said you came. Hey yo, chill, daddy, chill. I'm sorry. Oh my god, total playtime 5 hours. Sheesh. B. Okay, chapter 4, separate ways. Nice. Oh, have Ada in a Chinese dress? Ada under a vest? Suit? Hey, oh wait, he looks so good in here. Is it just me? Accuracy 83, that's 2. Only died twice, guys! Oh no, wait, this is chapter 7. 2, 2, 1, that's 5. 6. I died 6 times in total. Pretty good, pretty good. Yup. Alright, DLC overtime to go. Almost 2 baby. Hey, yo. Now I want to see my followers for Kenny. Ooh. Ooh, me too. Actually. That's Wesker's OG outfit. Oh. Alright, thank you for the like, Riz. Have a good night. Have a good day. Thank you for coming by.
To do with you.
Oh.
Choppers is still within range, sir. Should we open fire?
No. Her little act of defiance changes nothing.
Yeah, I got a B. You know why? Okay, that's where I belong. Ha.
We continue. As planned.
I'm so sorry. Yo? That's how RE5 was born? Oh my god.
Soon, the sun will set on the age of man.
Oh my god! When loading separate ways saves data from a completed playthrough, you can carry over the data and start a new game. You'll be able to purchase new weapons from the merchant, but you cannot achieve an S+ rank. Okay, okay. Good, good. Wow. Wow. Apparently I've been following Kenny for 11 days and 7 hours. Wait, 11 days only, Chibi? Wait, that's... Huh? Wait, that don't make sense. Shouldn't it be longer? Yeah. Unless, you know, he banned you and, you know. I thought you guys knew each other for so long. Yeah. No, Chibi knew Kenny before me. Shouldn't, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh. It's because I unfollowed to... Oh! Oh, see? No wonder. Wow, wowzers. Alright. What do I do now? Should I find someone to raid? Is there anybody I know who's who's live? Let's see. Should I just raid a random? I don't have any friends. Unless you guys know anybody I could raid. yeah, go live! Kidding. What you play next? I don't know. I do want to play 5, but like, I feel like if I play 5, everybody's gonna be like, wow, shit, don't ask me to play with you as a duo, yada yada, and people's gonna nag me. You know? I don't know, maybe I'll think about it. I gotta think about it. Do what you want, sissy. You're right. I don't know, we'll see. What if I skip 5 and went to 6? Is 5 like 5? No, 5 is very important, right? Please don't. We will see. 6 is multiplayer too. 6 is multiplayer too? Oh my god. Woo! Wait, is it cross-platform? How many players though? 4? Oh, we'll see, we'll see. I don't know who to raid though. I don't wanna... Should I just end it? End my stream? There's no raid? I don't wanna do that though. 5 is important? Alright, I will play 5 with no one. You know? You would know what Whisker's plan is? Ah, okay. Ferris software. Oh. Thank you, Chibi. Alright. Oh my god! Chibi. He has 1.2k viewers. What? That's so much. I'm scared. Oh my god. Gee. What did you play with Shinobi's brother? Oh, e-bonus? Nice. E-bonus. Well, would you rather 5.8? No, please. You know what? You know, let's just let's just let's see who. Let's look at the Resident Evil 4 category. Damn. Is nobody? But cute Ferris? I'm shy, Jimmy. Too big. Too big. I am a nobody, okay? You know what? I think it's fine if I just end it here, right? No raid? Oh, paper bag? Paper bag. I think she should do ferrets. That's scary though. I don't want to raise someone who is like a thousand times bigger than me. Guys, come on, be realistic. Okay, let's do this one then. Alright. Kids are crazy, making me raid big ass streamers. Making me shy. Okay. Alright, thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you all for all the likes and all the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. I'll see you guys next time, next week. Bye bye. Oh my god.